Hey, Thomio. Doing all right. Yeah, it's a little flatbread pepperoni cheese thing. Hey, Timothy. Hey, Be Rich. Red light. Stan Lee. He passed away. So no more 3D Jimmy. He was literally like a fixture in this chat. He will be missed. Well, each time it makes you realize that we're all mortal. Eventually, we will all pass. That sucks. Old age, you pass quietly in the night, from what I understand. Well, the last message from him was just a few days ago. Yeah, he was pretty old. May 22nd, he asked me about a Hicktop IDEX printer on Amazon. I don't think it was COVID. They said he passed quietly in the night, just old age. So I don't think it was any kind of disease or infection or anything like that. So we don't have any details, but from what I'm gathering, it was just old age. It happens. He looked to be in his 70s, maybe older. I'm not sure. Yeah, he always brought a little light to the chat. Yeah, Fusion 360 is a bit of a learning curve, but once you learn it, man, the sky's the limit. I mean, I can't wait until I can get competent at using 360. Just a matter of time. Is he the one who suggested the 3D mouse? I don't remember if that was him or someone else. Oh, most definitely. Oh, I have a message list going all the way back to October of 19 with 3D jibbing. He was very involved. Oh, the Shark printer? I haven't checked it out yet. Yeah, I wonder how many printers 3D Jimmy had. He probably had a lot. I'm pretty sure he had at least a Mega Zero and a Chiron, and probably a couple others. Yes, it's something I plan to do over the next couple months. I plan to release a whole bunch of videos over the next couple months. Probably, I'm probably going to shoot myself in the foot for making this claim, but I'm hoping the first one will be this weekend. I'm trying to. The first couple will probably be very simple, very limited topic. Um, Maybe even rehashes of something I've touched on before, because I gotta figure out how to do it right. That question was by Thumio, by the way. The um, something I tell people is that teaching is an art, and it's a very difficult one. Any teacher that can teach well deserves a tremendous amount of respect, because it's you have information in your head. That information is clear and simple, but you have to somehow get that information because the information in your head's not English, it's thought. So you have to translate that information to the English language, propagate that to another person through their brain, where they're going to again translate that language into thought. And when you double translate like that, information always gets lost. And a truly good teacher is someone who can take the information in their head and put that information in another person's head and have it show up in their head the same way as it is in your head. That's very hard to do, and you can see how much I struggle with that. One of my best videos, my CR10 bed leveling basics videos, is 46 minutes long. Because I'm not exactly that skilled at eloquently and efficiently converting that information in a way that other people can understand. So I'm trying to. Most of my videos are very ad hoc. It's like, okay, let's do a video today. Here it is. And that's what my videos are. These videos, to be truly useful, are going to require some planning. I've got to be able to make it as efficient. Yes, you sent me the instructions for the files. I realized you sent the height, and that makes it easy. See, length is hard because, how long is this phone? It's that long. Well, no, it's that long, which is a different length. No, it's that long, which is a different length. But height is fixed, so I'll be able to scale them, no problem. Precise, informative, and consumable. So I've got to I'm going to start off with very simple topics, and then as I get better at condensing that information and making it efficient, I'll expand into more topics. But yes, I'm hoping to start those video series this weekend. No, I didn't get a Saturn. That was from Gordy Hall. Yeah, right. Their website was so broken it was ridiculous. I actually successfully got in line 3 times to get a Saturn. I got up at here it was 0800 in the morning, and so I'm sitting here waiting, and refresh, refresh, refresh. There it is. Click buy. You're in line. Do not refresh the page. The order page comes up. I click the PayPal link. I click OK on the PayPal page. I'm bumped out and it says out of stock. So I refresh the page again. It lets me do it again. I click order. I click, it says wait, don't refresh the page. You'll lose your place in line. I click the PayPal link when it comes up. Boots me out again. So I think there was a disconnect. Oh, that's interesting. I'm going to try to do it without using PayPal because I think their site had a disconnect. Okay, when you pay with PayPal, you actually leave the page you're on, and it takes you to PayPal. You log into PayPal, you pick how you want to pay, and then it brings you back to the merchant's page. I think that process of leaving the page to go to PayPal and coming back to the merchant page broke their system that held your place in line. And so it kept bumping me back to the beginning of the line. On try number 3, the early bird wasn't available, so I just said, fuck it, try the pre-order link, the $100 more. And that did the exact same thing. It said, you're in line. It says, don't refresh, you'll lose your place in line. I click the PayPal link, and when I come back, I'm gone. So I don't know if their site was just messed up or if it was the clicking off to the PayPal page that did it. Your driveway is all tore up. As they were removing it, the price almost doubled. That's when you say no, you honor the price you agreed to. That was from Tripod's Garage. Thomas Mueller, the C30 is this. It's the 400 by 300 laser engraver from GearBest. And of course, my kitty cat. Gotta have the kitty cat. No, you do not say thanks for coming out, Gordy Hall, because then you're fucked with a torn up driveway. You let them finish, and then you say you honor the price you agreed to. unless the issue is legitimate. I mean, you have to use your brain, and you gotta look at the situation. If they legitimately encountered something they could not have predicted that does actually cost more, then you negotiate. But otherwise, you say, oh, you said this price. Well, that verbal contract is also based on certain assumptions. Okay, so it's a legitimate issue. Okay, if it genuinely, I assume you've gotten other quotes from people, and if a driveway with base costs the extra they're asking for, I'd pay it because you want it done right, or you're going to have problems in the future. Especially something that you're going to be using, looking at, driving on, and parking on every single day. So if the issue is legitimate, then you work with them. It sounds like they're not trying to screw you. It sounds like they encountered an actual issue, and that issue will cost more to fix. How do you clean a PEI sheet? Alcohol for day-to-day cleaning. When it gets really nasty and you need to really clean it, some acetone is supposed to work very well for really scouring it clean. Make sure you hit it. No, that's actually not true, John Harvard. We'll get to that in a minute. Make sure you clean it off with hot soap and water as well to get any residue off. And in a worst case scenario, PEI does wear out over time. It does become less and less sticky. And one way you can handle that, is to sand it. You get triple knot steel wool, very, very, very fine steel wool, not the stuff with the soap in it. God forbid, not the stuff with the soap, but just really, really fine steel wool. And you very, very gently, like literally, like, like you're petting your kitten, just give it a little bit of roughing over the whole surface. Go all around, change directions, give it a nice scuffing until it has that like matte-like finish. Then hit it with some IPA, try printing again. You can increase the amount of force you use if you want more stick. Just be careful. The more you rough it up, the harder it sticks. So, I mean, it could get to the point where it's very difficult to remove prints from it. But if you have a flex plate, that shouldn't be an issue. Now, as far as John Havard's question, verbal contracts are legitimate and the courts do enforce them. All right, you go in front of a judge, and if the judge, believes that you actually had a verbal contract, and judges are pretty good at telling when people are bullshitting. Scotch-Brite, that'll work too. Well, you don't want to be rough. You're not going to grab you. Well, sometimes I am. Sometimes he just wants to play. It's like, but otherwise, it's just like you pet your cat. A lot of people, they want to sand it like they're sanding wood, and they're just going to put gouges in the surface of the PI. You don't want to do that. That's the point. You want to be gentle, because you can always do it harder later, but once you go hard, you can't undo it. So it's a one-way deal. So start slow. Now, the problem with verbal contracts is not getting them recognized. Oh, wow, Maine Coon, nice. Those are big freaking cats. But the problem is enforcement. If you have a verbal contract with an established, bonded, insured company that has a store location, enforcement's not going to be a problem. The judge is going to side with whoever he thinks is right, and then if that person doesn't take care of it, the judge has further actions he can take. But when you do business like I do, you find a listing on, Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist for, what are essentially fly-by-night businesses that they're not bonded, they're not insured, they don't have any real-world locations most of the time. It's just, a person doing a job. 99% of the time, they're fine. Just use your head. But the problem, again, the judge will recognize a verbal contract. That's not going to be a problem. The problem is going to be one of enforcement. It's like, how do you bleed blood from a stone? I mean, if the person doesn't have anything, if they're not bonded, if they're not insured, if they don't have an established business you can go after, the enforcement becomes a problem. But when you go cheap, you have to be careful, you got to judge the guy when you're talking to him. Does he sound like he knows what he's talking about, or does he sound like a snake oil salesman? Like you can usually, especially if you watch some videos about the subject. Like when I got the concrete done, I watched a bunch of videos about people doing concrete, and you start to learn things subconsciously when you do that about how they talk, the way they do things, and stuff like that. And when you're talking to somebody, it's usually not. I mean, of course, there are slick people who are just very good at screwing people. That happens. Hey, SPC. Um, the But you can usually tell if a person knows what they're talking about or if they just sound like they know what they're talking about. You can usually tell the difference because a person who knows what they're talking about is very casual and comfortable with their language, while a person using the same words who's not experienced, you can tell the difference. That's not bad. So it's $1,500 extra. So it's only a 50% increase. It's just over a 50% increase. The How big is the driveway? Because I know, like around here, to have gravel delivered and have the labor done to process that gravel, you're looking at about $900 a load. So if your pricing there is similar, 900 square feet, well, he did mine, and it was, how much was it? That's on the high side, but it's not outrageous. What does he have to do? Like, what's the extra work he has to do? Is it just a matter of bringing in gravel? See, the problem is if he has to bring in gravel, now his entire crew who's being paid has to sit there and wait for this gravel to come in. So he's got to be paying those people sitting there, with their thumbs up their asses, waiting for the gravel to come before they can do their work. Concrete might be an issue. If the concrete truck is already on the way, that stuff has a limited lifespan. So there might be a surcharge for that. Like the concrete people might be charging him because of the delay. I don't know. I also don't know what that base layer is worth. 900 square feet is not huge. I mean, is he willing to negotiate? Will he take like 38? Oh, nice. I got millings put down. I'm actually getting 2 more loads of millings. Next Monday he's dropping it off, and Tuesday he's doing it. I'm getting the rest of it done in millings because also starting next week, I'm getting. I didn't think I was going to be able to do this, and it's a risk. It's a big risk because I'm going to be taking on debt at very favorable terms, but still, debt is debt. But I found somebody for $4,000 who will put up 2 20 by 25 carports, metal roofs, all galvanized, all metal, no wood. One on the front up against the house, so I'll have a covered porch and my car covered, and one in the back to cover up the patio. And so that'll be fantastic because then I'll have my covered shaded area in the back to do all my cooking and outdoor project work and stuff like that. Just it's being outdoors here is nice. Like right now, it's 80 degrees outside, which is gorgeous. But remember, it's 80 degrees at like 15% humidity. So it's absolutely wonderful. I mean, actually, at home, 65, 70 degree, or in PA, 65, 70 degrees is comfortable. Hey, JC. Um, Here, 65, 70 is actually cold. Like you shiver because there's no humidity to trap heat. So 80 degrees is extremely comfortable here. But when the sun's out, I'm at 7,000 feet. I'm at a lower longitude and I'm at 7,000 feet. So when the sun hits you, it just cooks you. And so what you need, I mean, even at 95 degrees, it's very comfortable here if you're not in the sun. So what you really need is shade. So I'm very, very glad. No, I've actually not got the tile laid yet. I'm delaying the tile because I also have enough to put the shed up out back. And that shed is going to be up on blocks and pushed up against the house. So I'm actually going to be adding a room onto the house without actually attaching anything to the house. It's basically it's a 10 by 16, so it's 160 square feet, and I'm gonna put the washer and dryer out there. I'm gonna put all my freezers out there. All of this stuff's gonna go out there. Now, see, 95 in Miami is gonna roast your ass because you guys have like 80% humidity. I would rather take a knife and commit suicide the Japanese way than live in Florida. It's too hot. I can't deal with that. It's just, we went to Disney World once, and it was July, August, and it was one of the most miserable experiences I've ever had in my life. Now, oddly enough, Disney World itself wasn't that bad. They did a pretty good job of keeping everything cool. But remember, I'm at here. We'll hit 95, which is usually our max, 93, 95. It can get hotter, but the average is 93. Um, but you got to remember, it's 15% humidity, 20% humidity, so it's a very, very big difference. And then I also got an 18 by 21 prefab carport for $1,200 when because you had to add the anchors and all that crap. So $1,200 that'll be here in a month, and that's going to go on that area where I put the asphalt millings, so that the pickup truck and the minivan can be parked under shade. Because out here, the sun is a big deal. It destroys things and cooks everything. I am also looking to put some, maybe some gravel. Um, wow. On the end of the house. You remember in the early days when I parked the bus on the end of the house? I'm thinking about parking the bus back there again. Because by parking the bus on the end of the house, the only time it's going to get hit by direct sunlight is in the morning hours. Once the sun crests noon and starts pointing on the other side of the house will actually shade the bus. So I might do that just to um, protect the bus a bit more from the sun. I also got a whole mess of covers. So I got a whole mess of these tire covers so I can cover all the tires of all the cars when they're not being driven to stop it from destroying my tires. Because I noticed like even the trailer that I keep parked next to there, the tires are being destroyed. They're cracking because the sunlight is just so vicious. I just started doing that actually. Hang on, let me show you this. You're gonna like this. I got lucky and I scored all these paver stones for $100. My drive. Give it a second to upload. And let me tell you, my body's in rough shape right now because all that work beat the shit out of me. Man, was that rough. I'm so out of shape, it's ridiculous. It's stupid how out of shape I am, and I need to do something about it before. But anyway, hang on, let me show you. Come on, load already. So you guys probably saw I had these paver stones. Is it in here? New folder. Copy that here. Copy that here. Here we go. Copy that there. Copy that there. Okay, so we will switch to Munder. So I got, put this over here. As you know, I got the millings done here. Well, this is going to get a carport. And there's also going to be a carport right in front of the house. So I'm going to have shaded area for parking, for working, for enjoyment, etc. Then I got this laid down. I've already compressed this a little bit. This area here is going to be extended out to here, all the way out to the tree. So all the way out to that tree right there. Because this area is going to be where the shed is going to sit, and it's going to butt right up against the house. Then I got these things, these paver stones. Hey, David. Hey, Colin. These paver stones, I had to do it in 2 loads because that right there is the maximum my trailer can hold, and I think I was over a little bit because, man, did I feel that weight. The car handled it fine, but I could tell the trailer was struggling, so I was really close. But anyway, that's the first load, and I started laying down these pavers. I mean, properly, I should have leveled all of this before I did it, but forget it. Yeah, I was like, I'm going to have a whole bunch of 7-hex tessellations. Yes. These are really nice. Good deal. There's over 150 of them here. I actually have enough to go all the way around the house if I only went 3 thick or 2 thick. But I liked them so much, and I liked what it was doing to this space so much. I decided I'd rather have less and have a nice area I can actually use when it's done. So I've decided to go this way, nice and thick. That'd be nice. I'll ship them down to Boca Chica. I'll make some Starship nose cones for SpaceX. But that was the first load, and then I got the second load here. You see, it's a slightly smaller load, but $100 for all of this, which is an incredible price. I mean, these things are like $4 a piece normally, which would have been $600 or $700. And then, hey, where's my final picture? I know there is a final picture. I didn't. It's over here. Here it is. So there's the final setup. I didn't level it, even though I should have leveled it. I don't have the stamina to move these things 4 times, so I said, screw it. It's good enough. So I got a little table set up here. These 2 stones here, I have to cut the corners out of them to go around this pipe here. So I put those 2 stones aside. But I got it to the point where I now have my my mini split on top of it, and I also have my propane cabinet for the stove when I get that hooked up, which, by the way, I got the adapter and it fits, so I can use standard grill quick connects, which is going to be wonderful. I have to go look through my pictures, which are not on this computer, but I'm pretty sure I met 3D Jimmy. I think I did. I thought he was at one of the events, and we met. So, somebody getting rid of them. They sold their house. They were actually moving from here in Edgewood closer to Albuquerque. They're moving onto the outskirts of Albuquerque, and so they sold their home here and they're moving closer to the city. And they sold all these pavers. They're beautiful. Matter of fact, my biggest problem is I want more of them because I love the hexagon look. The hex pattern is beautiful, but I can't find these anywhere. All I can find now is the 10-inch white ones, you know, the gray colored ones. And that was from Jan Wiersma and JM Digital. It's about 150 or 160 of them. I mean, can I figure that out? Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So what does that come to? I got 144 of them. So almost 150 of them for $100. So what's that? Thank you, 3D Medic. So that's what, 75 cents a pop. It's crazy. It's a crazy good deal. And so that'll be fun. So anyway, back to the original question on the tiles. I've decided to hold off doing the tiles until after I get the shed installed, because then the problem is I'm not physically capable of moving the washer and dryer. I can't. It's too heavy. And but I need to get the washer and dryer out of the way for 2 reasons. One, I have to fix the water leak on the back of it. Right now I have the water turned off so it doesn't leak. And the other is that I want to move them into the shed. So I'm hoping the people that install the shed for me will help me move the washer and dryer out there. Because then I can make sure the stove is gone, the fridge is gone, and the washer and dryer are gone, so that when he comes out to do the tile, he can do it all and do it properly. And because that area where the washer and dryer are, I want that tiled too. And then PLA warping issue. Bed 65, nozzle 180. Your nozzle's too low, your bed's too high. Set your bed for 60, not 65, unless you're using glass. If you're using glass, then 65 is probably okay. And your nozzle temp really should be 200 or up. I've had very little success trying to print at 180. at the minimum, if it extrudes okay at 180, make your first layer like 220. I always print my first layer 220 and slow. The idea is the first layer to go down hot and sticky. Oh, the whole area has got an issue. Let me finish this question first. If you're using PEI or glass, 70 might work. If you're using the standard, cloth-like fake tack surface, 60. 200, no. Well, no, just for the first layer. So what I do is I set my first layer for 220 Celsius and 30% speed. Okay, PEI 65 should be fine. Then you're going to want to clean your PEI. That's probably the issue. Also, sometimes it's hard to get tight corners to stick down with PEI, but you need to go slow and hot. And then what I do is I change my temperature in 10-degree increments. So I then tell the slicer, okay, at layer 2, go down to 210. At layer 3, go down to 200. At layer 4, go down to 190. The reason I do it in 10-degree increments is if you change the temperature by more than 10 degrees at a time, you'll sometimes trip the when the temperature is not correct? Thermal runaway. You'll trip thermal runaway protection if you change it by more than 10 degrees at a shot. And then go down, use however many layers you need to go down to whatever temperature you need. Thermal runaway. Hi, Niels. And glass, again, 65, 70. Then bring the temperature down to whatever you're comfortable with. But that first layer needs to be hot and sticky. Also, add a brim. Brims are extremely effective at getting a surface to stay down, especially on glass and PEI. You could also rough up your PEI surface. Take some Scotch-Brite or some very fine steel wool and give the surface a little sanding, a very light sanding. That will increase adhesion. If you go by more than 10 degrees. So what they'll do for thermal runaway is they'll stop, wait for the temperature to catch up, and then resume. And that's bad because you're oozing all over the place. Or melting into whatever you're printing. So 10 degrees per layer, I've never had a problem with that. So start off at 220. Make sure that first layer is slow. On some of my larger prints, it could take 30 or 40 minutes to print the first layer. But if I'm going to run a 200-hour print, you bet your damn ass I want that thing to stay there. So if you look at my, let me see if I can find one to show you. So you can see here how I have my setup here. So layer 1 is 220, layer 2 is 210, layer 3 is 200. And that's where I have my final temperature set. What do you mean it drips too much? Okay, filament doesn't drip. Are you talking about oozing? Like it oozes out of the nozzle? That's normal. That happens. You just make sure you have your little needle nose pliers and pull that ooze off before it starts the print. Yeah, oozing's fine. Don't worry about oozing. So when you get the oozing, it's every printer's going to ooze when you first start printing, unless you're so cold that it can't. And as far as between layers, turn on wipe, set it for 8 millimeters. Make sure you're retracting 7 millimeters and set the retraction speed for 25 millimeters per second. And then also turn on combing, or in Simplify 3D, we have here avoid crossing outline for travel movements. And I set it for 999. You're going to have something similar in Cura and Prusa Slicer. That keeps, so basically, if I'm printing this shape, okay, it's a circle. Well, if I have, let's say I have my start points as random, which I don't use. I use most efficient. So what happens is you'll stop here and jump over here and start printing here. And then it'll jump over here and start printing here. Well, it's going to ooze in between those jumps. So what I do is I tell it to not go outside the surface area. So it's print, 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 stop printing, 8 millimeters wipe. And then instead of jumping over to here like this, it stays inside the model and then starts printing again. That'll stop that oozing and stringing. The wipe will also take care of that little bit of extra that comes out right at the end. So basically print the circle, stop printing, but keep moving the nozzle another 8 millimeters and retract while you're doing that. Yes, wipe. Don't mess with coast or negative restart retraction. Don't mess with that. Just use wipe. 8 millimeters of wipe won't hurt a thing. Also, make sure you're not over extruding. On all of my Creality machines, I usually use a 0.92 to a 0.93 extrusion multiplier. I noticed that most of these machines just extrude a little bit too much plastic. Well, that too much plastic is going to be an increase in pressure, which is going to increase your oozing. So a good way of describing this. Let's see, what's a good way of describing it? Think of it like laying a rope down on the ground and you were walking backwards and you want to lay the rope down at the exact rate that the rope is being extruded and you're walking back so that your net pressure is 0. Well, some printers pause. It depends on how it's programmed. That's firmware. If you're extruding less plastic than what you actually need to lay down, you're going to have a pull. The plastic is basically being slightly pulled out of your nozzle. And if you extrude too much plastic, you're going to have a pressure. The pressure is going to be increased and the plastic is going to ooze out the sides because you're extruding more plastic than you need. Hey, Edge of Tech. So getting your printer to extrude just the right amount of plastic, not only does that make your prints look very, very clean, like I just did a, what did I do with it? Here it is. I just got a rifle sight. And what I'm doing with this, I made an adapter to go from Picatinny rail to hot shoe. And so now, when I take my camera, I can mount this to this. And now I turn on the red dot sight. See, the problem is when you shoot rockets, there's a bit of an issue. You can't use the LCD screen because it's too low res and it's too slow. You'll lose the rocket in the LCD screen and you'll never get it back again, especially if you're zoomed in. So now I use the windage and elevation adjustments to align the sight with the center of the lens at 100 yards out. I zoom in at 240 millimeters on a target, 100 yards out, and then I adjust the sight until it's also on that target. So now when I'm shooting my rockets, I use the optical sight here to shoot the rocket. And I just keep the red dot on the rocket, keep the red dot on the rocket. And because it's an optical sight, that's very easy. And you can see, the prints come out super, super clean. There's no over extrusion or any kind of weirdness going on. And that's all about adjusting your. We used to do this all the time. In the old days, what I would do, I had a big 400 millimeter lens on my film camera, and there's a. If you ever seen the bigger lenses, it's gone now. My brother stole it and pawned it. But the bigger lenses, the tripod mount is on the lens, not on the camera body. Because if you mount the tripod on the camera body with the lens out here like this, it's too front heavy. So the tripod mount is on the lens body itself. Well, what I would do is I would turn that tripod mount 90 degrees, and I would actually mount this camera to the tripod mount of the film camera. So I'd be holding 2 cameras simultaneously. So I'd have, I don't have a second camera to show you, but basically, if this was my video camera and this was my film camera, I would mount the video camera to the lens like that. And then I would do the same thing as I just did with this. I would line the 2 cameras up. And So that now the optical viewfinder of my SLR become, oh, I got it right here. So if I have, that's wrong, but it's okay. If I have a big lens, I would mount the video camera to the lens of the first camera. So I'd have two cameras together. And then what I would do is I would zoom the video camera where I want it, get the framing I want, and then I would lock the focus to manual, and then I would ignore it. And then I would use the optical viewfinder on this camera and track the rocket going up. I would take my still pictures, and then when I was done taking my still pictures, I would keep following the rocket with this camera because I'm also shooting a video. Well, when you're shooting just video, you don't have that optical viewfinder. So that's where this comes in. So now this is a non-magnifying red dot sight. I just mount that little bad boy on there. The two are aligned now because I've already adjusted windage and elevation. And then I just follow the rocket with this lens like here. It's much, much easier to follow with an optical sight. Let's put that somewhere else. So the next 3 weeks are going to be pretty exciting. I'm getting the carports put in. I'm getting the shed put in. I'm getting more millings put down. I got the paver stones put down. I'm also going to, how do you measure it and where to start from? Thumio, what do you mean? Oh, start at, what I do is I drop right down to 0.90, which is probably too low. You'll know it's too low because your top layers, assume this is the top layer, okay? Your top layers will start, instead of being merged like this, you'll have gaps, okay? If you have gaps between your top layers, then you went too thin. Go up to 0.92, try that. If you still have gaps, go up to 0.94, try that. I usually end up between 0.92 and 0.94. Retraction, I just use 7 millimeters and 25 millimeters per second. I don't really adjust it beyond that. For the most part, 7 millimeters retraction, 25 millimeters per second for the speed. 8 millimeters of wipe, and I retract during wipe. Oh, very cool. Gary saw the SpaceX capsule. Well, I tend to shoot rockets, so. The Ender 5 Plus is mechanically a nice printer. The problem with the Ender 5 Plus is the bed leveling isn't that perfect. The bed leveling process, it's not bad. It's just a little quirky. Wipe distance, 8 millimeters. That was from Thumio again. 8 millimeter wipe distance. Sure. I don't have no problem doing that. What was very bright? The capsule? Well, yeah, it's all white. It shouldn't be that hard to spot it. Infill depends on what you're printing. I default to 25% and I adjust it from there based on what I'm printing. So something like this, I gave it 25% infill because I wanted it to be pretty strong. You know, something like this got 0 infill because it's vase mode. So it really depends on what you're printing and what kind of forces you expect it to undergo, how tough and heavy you want it to be or how light you want it to be, and also how much support you require based on what you're printing. So if you have a lot of top surfaces, you need a sufficient amount of infill because infill is basically interior support. Infill for the wipe? There is no infill for the wipe. Nothing's extruded when you're wiping. Send me a link. The there's no infill for wipe. I don't understand that. All caps is fine today. Infill wipe infill. Oh. That's doing wipe for infill. You don't need to do infill wipe. I would turn that off. Make it 0. 3D Jimmy tended to type in all caps, and he passed away yesterday. So we're kind of doing an all caps for Jimmy kind of thing as a homage to Jimmy. So if anybody wants to type all caps, totally fine. That's okay. That's what I'm here for, dude. that's half the fun of this. You know, half the fun is answering all your questions, so ask away. Oh, wow. That little speck is it, huh? So that white dot there is the SpaceX capsule. There it is. Oh, I thought it would be faster. He passed of old age. Peaceful, nothing bad or anything like that. Just died. That sucks. Hey, a shout out to Chris Spatkin, new Patreon on Patreon. Thank you very much. Get rid of all this extraneous stuff. I don't know. Let's find out. Looks like August it'll return home. So it looks like August they're planning the return time. So was it you, Timothy, who showed me this on GearBest? Well, I found one on Amazon, and it's only $20. And this is pretty darn cool. So my biggest gripe about these lasers oh, I thought they said he passed peacefully in his sleep. Maybe it was after the surgery, or let me see if there's any news available yet. I don't see anything yet. That sucks. Quadruple bypass is bad news, man. CR10S. Relatively affordable, bulletproof, easy to maintain, reliable. It was post-op, yeah. Yeah, that's what I saw. I saw the text that said he passed in his sleep. It may have been in his sleep after the surgery. I'm not sure. Oh, really? YouTube would ban for that? I've never heard of that. Maybe if you're posting a lot in caps. So this is cool. This is a little LCD screen with an SD card slot and the cable. And this works with this machine. So I can plug this into this laser. Sadly, it will not work on the Ortor because the Ortor does not have any kind of connection on their brain board. It's a custom brain board that has no connections. I'm hoping the big one does. This one, however, has a standard screen connection and it works, which means I can put my G-code files on here, plug them into this, and use this as a standalone machine without having to be plugged into the computer. Well, spamming emoticons is a little different. If you were to type like 30 messages in all caps, I could see that happening. But just typing, your normal text in caps, I mean, 3D Jimmy never got banned, and he typed everything in caps. So it shouldn't be a problem. Emoticons is different because there is such a thing as called emoticon spam. I don't know what this is called. Offline controller. I have links in the description. I have 3 links. I think the third one is sold out, the one I used, but the other 2 are available, and they're both 20 bucks. The one is $20.88, but it's a 5% coupon, so that's actually probably cheaper. Because what's 5% of 20? What's that, $4? No, that's 20%. So it'd be $1. So you get $2 off, so you get it for $19. And worth every goddamn penny. If I don't have to plug this into a computer, hell yes. That makes me happy. Yeah, you could. Then I'd bite you. Remember, I like biting. Oh, watch. I'm not going to have an Allen wrench to fit this. You just watch. I'm going to have to go digging for an Allen wrench. Oh, you bastard. Of course that would be the case. But I got a whole box full of them. I want to put an entire enclosure around this. I ain't messing with that crap. I only got one eye. And you don't have to worry about me going anywhere near protests either. I've seen quite a list of people with detonated eyeballs from those rubber bullets. Yeah, I got one eye. No thank you. I don't use it daily just because I don't have the machines plugged in. I've got no power at the end of the house until I fix the outlets. So right now I run one machine, whatever's sitting here, and that's it, until I figure out the power issues. I'm pretty sure it's just antiquated outlets, and I've got to replace the outlets, but one at a time. Well, he gave me a pair. This one just doesn't work. I don't have profiles for Cura. I don't use Cura. And I mean, I can make profiles, but there would be no tuning involved because I don't know how to use Cura yet. So I don't want to give you a profile that I just make up without knowing if it's going to do any good or not. So now, where can I feed this? Here's a feed port right here. Can I fit that in there? I don't know if that'll even fit. Maybe. Not gonna fit like that. Let me take this out. That's the first one. That's the second one. There we go. And let's feed this one in. Okay. Then plug this into here. Okay. Now I can put this back. Get some more light in here. No worries, Aaron. You know our streams are pretty long. He was the one who was always teasing me about the gobblers, wasn't he? Little creep. I miss those gobblers so much. Yeah, this one does the same thing when you power it up. Just one more reason these things should have enclosures. There. I now have an LCD screen and SD card slot attached to the printer. I'll probably make a little corner mount for it and just mount it right here. I have the printer mounted backwards because I can't get this to the front. So now the printer will always just home to this corner. And now I'll just mount the screen right here so I can do whatever I need to do. Hi, baby. You're such a good kitty cat. Yes, you are. Oh, you want this side rubbed, huh? He tells you what side he wants rubbed. He's like, no, rub this side. Oh, yeah. You love when I rough up your ears, don't you? He's such a good cat. See, watch it pulse. See? And there it is. Control, file, okay. So let me show you this. So now you have a little screen. And you can scroll through the options. See? And I go back, exit. There we go. Control. Wonder why it's not working. It tried to. Oh, the amount. Okay, so how do I exit out of this? This is a laser engraver. So, for example, you like those little business cards I made, or if I want to cut out fins for a rocket, or make a stencil or something like that, or carve something into wood, a picture into wood, this can do that. And this allows me to use it without a computer. So with this, I don't need to tether it to a computer anymore. I don't know how to get out of... Oh, there it goes. You got to hold it. Okay. It looks like it's got reset. Waiting. There we go. Control. There it goes. I can only move it so many times and then it stops moving. I wonder why. Huh. That's weird. Not that I can tell. We'll test that in a moment. So control. So and then it stops. Isn't that weird? So I can only move it like 5 or 6 times. Oh, lazy. I didn't feel like dicking with it. I just didn't feel like fighting with it. Because I was lazy and it's a pain in the ass to remove it. I think I already answered that. It's a real pain in the butt to remove acrylic the sheeting like that, so I said screw it and left it. Let me turn off this camera. Okay. Let's bring up a laser gerbil and let's do something. Laser gerbil. All right, where did I put everything? A new version, cancel. Oh, there's nothing there. Okay. So I need a circle. Something simple. This is pretty low power. I want to say 1.5 to 2 watts. It's pretty low, on the low end. The one that comes with the order is 3.5 watts, and I can take that and put it on here. That should be possible to do. There we go, a simple black circle. Save it to desktop, PNG, circle. Can I load a PNG into this, or do I have to make it a JPEG? File, open file. I can load a PNG. We're going to vectorize it. We are going to make a circle. So let's do laser power of 500 at 100 millimeters per minute. I guess that's fine. Let's do 75 by 75. Create. Now, I should be able to save this. Save program to the SD card. And we're going to call it circle. Where are my glasses? I do not want to be putzing with this without my glasses. Okay. Okay, that's ready. I need a shield for the kittens. The cats don't get glasses, they get full blocks. It freaking works. How do I stop it? There we go. So I think it's actually going too strong. I don't want to actually burn through that. Very nice. I believe these things are PWM driven, so you simply change the power output in your Gerbil program. 5. That's from Jonathan Barnes. Ender's gotten 5 kills so far. I thought he got 6, but it turns out number 6 was number 5 that he didn't kill the night before, and so he was screwing with it the next day. That poor mouse. I took him and put him down the toilet. All right, that is awesome. So file, open file. Let's do this again. Okay, vectorize. Let's go 300. Create. Save program. SD. Circle. Yes. This one doesn't like going full power. It pauses a lot. I guess for overheat. I don't know. This particular one. That one runs fine. So that should be that. You have a great day, Thumio. Okay, let's try that again. So basically, I should figure out what power level the laser will run continuously at and then leave it there, and then just change speed. There we go. Oh, this is wonderful. This is wonderful. To not have to plug it into the computer every time. Oh, that's great. It stopped. Now there's the only problem. Can this resume? It says printed 58.84%. Oh, it looks like it's going to resume? No. Okay, so this hard stops when it does that. And I don't have the ability to send a reset command. Yeah, there's no reset command. So I can't actually tell it to reset. I have to unplug it and plug it back in. So am I drawing too much power? I plan to have this. I'm not going to bother filtering. I'm just going to evacuate. So this will be inside one of these. And then I'm going to hook up an exhaust hose on the back and just vent it outside. Yes, the lenses need to be rated for the frequency of your laser. So for this, you need the 400 nanometer range lenses because this is a blue laser. I haven't listed laser glasses because I don't know how to determine what is correct or incorrect. And the last thing I want to do is tell somebody to buy something that ends up being wrong. But these seem to work fine. I hold them in front of the laser and they completely block the laser from reaching the paper. So they do work. Alrighty, let's see here. Can I bring up laptop display? Yes, I can. There we go. So let's try this again. Open file. Let's do the circle again. We're going to vectorize it. Now, somebody said I should make it 255. So I want to make it 255. Let's see what happens. File, save program. Well, as with most Chinese products, there's good and there's bad. These are around 400 nanometers, so like 380 to 420 nanometers, the blue light range. So the glasses for a red laser are going to be different than a infrared laser, are going to be different than a green laser, are going to be different than a blue laser. Let's see, circle, yes. Now let's try two different files. Open this, vectorize. Let's try also 200 and see what that does. Create, file, save program, SD card. We're going to call this one Circle 2. Well, not this YouTube video. These are probably worth about $1 and they seem to work just fine for me. And I did test them, I turned the laser on, I stuck them underneath there and they stopped the laser light. Leave that at 220? Okay. Well, I wasn't sure what it should be, so I'm trying to find that number. So let me do another one at 220. File, open file. What is that, 80% of max? 220. Okay. Save program. SD card, SD card, SD card. I took it out. SD card. Circle. So this one is 255. This one is 200. This one is going to be 220. Okay. Let's try that. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna be messing with 40-watt lasers, you probably should buy some kind of name brand quality hardware. I mean, it is your eyeballs. But for these little 1, 2, 3-watt lasers, this seems to work just fine. But I plan to put it in an enclosure. I plan to put a laser safe window in the front of that enclosure and then ventilate outside. This way I only have one eye, so I really don't want to fuck with it. Okay. I so love not having to plug this into a computer. This one probably needs to be a little slower. This is not as powerful. That one's pretty good. File. Oh, shit. I have no idea which is which. I gotta rename the files. 8-character limit. Let's see. CIR dash. There we go. That should be short enough. So let's do the 220 file. Yeah, that's marking it just fine. It shows the percentage on the screen as it's going. It's pretty cool, actually. It still stops at 58.42%. Interesting. I wonder why it's doing that. Let's try less power. This is 200. I can't get a Glowforge. I don't got $7,000. I can only dream. It still stops at 58.42. What am I doing wrong? I mean, the power setting is definitely making a change because I can see the difference in darkness. No, this laser did it. That laser did not do this. No, it's not getting hot. Not even a little bit. It's cold. Let's go, what the hell, let's go even lower. Try to confirm if that's the issue or not. I don't think it's the SD card. It could, well, we can check. But all 3 files are stopping at the same point. So it's not likely to be the SD card. Buffer overflow? What's that mean? What to me, meaning how do I correct it? And it's stopping at the exact same point, 58.42%. So slow down, 200. So I'll leave it at 220, and I'll slow down to 200. Well, circles are actually complex. There's continuous communication with a circle, while a line is just zit, 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 zit. I can't do that. I can only afford one debt, and I just took on $12,000 in debt to do all the changes to the house. So that's the only debt I can afford to take on. I don't have the income to support $20,000 worth of debt. I just don't. No, because it's crashing. It's stopping. Like I can't do anything else. I have to reset the printer. So it is some kind of fault. So we're going to do 220 slower. Yeah, I'll try square next. I want to try this slower first and see what happens. It's slowing down on the screen here. I don't know why. Oh, it passed. 60%. 65. Looks like it might finish. Slowing down here again. So it's not power. It might just be speed. Whoa. Wow, it took a while for it to turn off the laser. That ain't good. It kept the laser on for about 10 seconds after it was done printing. But it finished. So does anybody know why it kept the laser on? Am I still going too fast? Why can't it go faster? Is it just because it's a circle? Let me try square. So how do I correct the buffer? Is that this? Is that this? Is that the SD card? What do I do about the buffer? Is it just a matter of slowing down? Let's try a hexagon. So you think that could be a Gerbil issue? Let's go back up to 300 and see what it does. So now we know power is not the issue. Yeah, that's what I'm doing the hexagon. There's only 6 points of direction change. So save program. So we were having the same problem with the PC as well. There is no such thing as quality. Quality would be when you're using dithering. I'm using vector. So there's no quality setting. Well, circles are actually very data intensive. Well, think about it. A line requires no data. Start, stop. It's 2 bits of data, not literal bits, but colloquial bits. All right. Now, a square has 4 times the amount of data because you've got a start, Go, change direction, go, change direction, go, change direction, go, change direction. A hexagon has 6 times the amount of data because you got to do that 6 times. Well, a circle is a continuous data change. So circles are actually pretty complex. That's why a lot of times you'll see printers puking on vase mode because it's got to do circles in X and Y and Z all at the same time. So yeah, circles actually are pretty data intensive. Okay, SD card. So let's do hex fast. Hex fast. We're gonna have to wait for the shortage to end. There's nothing we can do about it. Now let's do also hex at 200. File, save program, SD card, hex slow. That was from Filament Factory. Well, I don't know. I think complicated things when it's I don't know. It did the drawings okay. There's something about circles. It's weird. Plus, when you're doing like a dithered drawing, there's no angles. It's just lines. And all you're doing is adjusting the intensity of the laser, the speed of the laser while you're making those lines. So I'm not sure. No, Zyro's still in business. It's just the Amazon pandemic issue. So they will be back. Sure. There's no settings on the screen right now, but yes, I'll leave that up there. Okay. File. Let's do hex fast first. The percentage is moving at a smooth speed. I don't see any slowdowns yet. Yeah, see, when it's doing a straight line, the data doesn't even move because the straight line is so simple. And that was too much for it. 82.48%. Okay, let's try hex slow. Give it more time. Yeah, see, when it's doing straight lines, there's almost no change in data. But when it has to move both motors at the same time, there's lots of data. Polyalchemy going out of business sucks because nobody has replacements for polyalchemy. Their filaments were unique. It's not getting to the end. Well, assuming it gets that far, I'll show you what happens here. You can see. Watch what happens when it gets to the straight line. See? No data. It just moves to the end. I still don't know why it keeps the laser on after it's done, though. And then it turns it off like 5 seconds later. I don't know. I'm not sure. It looks like a 3D printer board. Hey, 3D printing llama. So it's a speed issue. So If I go slower, no problem. Oh, really? But it's crashing. Like, this goes into a crash state. You can't do anything. You have to unplug it. When it goes bad. What, for polyalchemy? Who's Rufus? All right, let's try something complex. A picture of some sort. Let's find a nice black and white picture to mess with. Um, let's do line art. How about SpaceX line art? Hey, there is some SpaceX line art. That is going to be Starship. But they didn't purchase the filament itself, because that's what I want. I want the filament. I want my freaking night sky and the purple and the blue. Extruder line is the machinery that makes filament. Let's see, something else worth printing. Low res. No problem, Ian. Now Ian was asking, what does extruder line mean? I keep forgetting. I'm looking for something viable to do in dithering. Yeah, their colors are just out of this world. It's gonna really suck to lose access to that. I mean, that sucks. Yes, laser. Let's try something like this. Looks like it has tones that are. Why are you giving me a hard time? There we go. All right, let's try dithering something. No, we don't want that. We want black and white. We want that. I think. I want that. That looks better. So quality. What should I set quality to? I'm assuming I want higher quality for something like this, like 10 lines per millimeter. That's a 0.1 millimeter. Well, I can make it tiny. So let's make it 25 by 25. I'm pretty sure that speed is way too fast. Says it should take 7 minutes. Let's call it Falcon. I got messages from somebody. Okay. Glasses. And paper. Let's see. Let's just do it on this. Let's turn it over. Nice. I think it's actually too dark. Maybe not. We'll let it go a little bit and see what happens. Oh, it's also doing the background. I see what it's doing. Okay. So the side-by-side property, shoot that as one set of pictures, including both houses in the pictures? Question mark. Also, I've only received one so far, not the other four. Yes, laser group was what they included. I don't know if you can reach the button. This is definitely working now. It didn't do the text though. I think my power is too high, or the speed isn't fast enough, or I don't know. 3D print a shade for the cats. Okay, it's doing the clouds now. No big deal. We still got time. Just remember the meme. If people have a problem with it, deal with it. Oh, no, eventually this will be an enclosure. But enclosures don't work for video. £20 for two? So 10 pounds each? Holy crap, dude. Because the problem is, if the cats get curious, they'll go around whatever I put in place. So an enclosure is just safer. See, you can see every time that percentage pauses, that's when it's doing a straight line move. So there's no data being parsed because it's just waiting for it to move from here to here. The only time data is parsed is when it's changing direction or changing power. Ah. Yeah, you can smell the paper. I actually kind of like the smell. Reminds me of a campfire. I think I have the speed too slow though. Actually, I'm going to prepare another one. File, open file. So let's do it again. But this one we're going to do at 1000. And we're going to do it bigger. I'm Groot. It says that should take 23 minutes. I switched to 3-layer lenses and got like 20% power back. What does that mean, Mr. Maker? This, no. But the one I'm getting from Ortor, they're sending me another unit, a bigger unit with a more powerful laser. They said that it will engrave steel. It won't actually cut the steel, but they said it's like a bluing effect, which is really cool. Being able to do anything at all to steel is pretty cool. Well, what do you mean by that was from 3D Spaghetti Mess? Mr. Baker, what do you mean? Gmail. I got a little side job to go take pictures of property for a real estate agent. Yeah, 20 pounds. That's like what, 25 bucks US, which is freaking great. Oh, it stopped. It stopped at. It says printed 115.81. 115.81%? What? That's weird. That's a really weird number. So, what would cause the overflow? I mean, it was obviously working just fine. It looks clean. So, you said try 7? So, lower resolution. Okay. So, 7. I have the S Max at 220, and I'm doing engraving speed of 1500 millimeters per second because I want to do it bigger. It says this should only take 16 minutes. Add M30 to the end of the code. So just edit it in text and add an M30. Probably not, since that might be classified as commercial flying, and I would need a Part 107 for that. I'm not entirely sure if that would require a Part 107 or not. So, can I edit the G code before I send it? Let's see. Settings. I'm pretty sure it's not the card, but that's a pretty easy thing to try, so might as well. Where did my pack of SD cards go? What did I do with it? Did I stick it in here? Don't mess with me. Yep, there it is. G code, here we go. Header, footer, So I have a footer. I'm guessing that's end of G code. And so just add an M30. Okay, so I added M30. How do I tell it to do diagonal? Oh, here it is. Diagonal. Okay. So now we're going to do a diagonal. We have the M30 command added. We're going to do 1500 millimeters per minute and a quality of 7 and an S max of 220. Falcon, brand new SD card, literally brand new, and the only file on the card. Okay, let's see what it does. I'm still waiting for my 3D Chameleon. Now, where's this reset button? I don't have access to a reset button. Huh! It stopped immediately at 0.16%. So that didn't work. Did I maybe remove the SD card too soon? No, it's 627 kilobytes. Too fast? Is there any way I can edit the settings in Gerbil without having to go through the whole process again? I mean, it's not that complicated, but still annoying. Okay, so maybe I'm going way too fast. So let's go 500. Let's lower the power. 4 gigabytes. Boy, that's going to take an hour. Let's go 4 light per millimeter. 600. 30 minutes, a little bit better. Hundred 96 kilobyte file. Well, stopped at 0.2%. Okay, it does not like that one bit. So let's try not using diagonal. Because diagonal is using both motors. So let's do horizontal at 7. at 1,000. At 220. 24 minutes. Okay. Yep, we know. I told everybody caps is totally okay. No, I'm suspecting there's a firmware issue. Let's see. SD. $725 kilobytes. Yeah, something's definitely wrong. Diagonal definitely does not work. Stopped at 1%. So something's definitely not right. I'm curious. I'm going to go back to this card. So it stopped at something like 1%. Just for the hell of it. Let's see if the card has anything to do with it. Yeah, no thank you. Would you freaking focus already? Thank you. Well, what do you know? It's getting further. $1.53. So why would there be a difference in how far it gets? Isn't that weird? I want to try that again. We got to 1.53%. What the hell? No. No change in firmware, Copper Dolphin. But now it's gotten to 2%. Is it random? See you later, Mr. Maker. I mean, that's the exact same G code. I don't get that. That's just weird. Now I'm thinking hardware issue. Because a firmware issue should be consistent. But I restart it every single time it does it. I have to. Now it stopped at 3.88%. That's random. Let me double check, make sure these files are the same. So, Falcon, 725 kilobytes. Same exact G code. It's random. What the hell? Well, there is something else I can try. That's two different SD cards. I'm going to try USB connection. Yeah, something's wrong with it. Loose connection or something. Let's disconnect this. So, COM11, connect. And play. Nope, stops there too. Stopped immediately. It's random. Or something's overheating. Are you coming up here to torture him, huh, Noel? That was just printing from the PC. He just steps on him. He just plops right on top of his head. What the hell? Pain in the ass. That was a dick move. The M30 at the end. That's the only command I've added. No M10. Nobody told me anything about an M10. Wait a minute. I wonder if it could be this thing. I wonder if that thing is false triggering. Supposedly it's a collision sensor, so that if it hits the end stops or hits something or somebody bumps it, it'll stop the machine. I wonder if that thing is false triggering. Well, if we get past 3%, we'll know. I think that's so if somebody bumps into the machine, it'll turn off. If it gets past 3%, I'm just going to stop it and I'm going to try the circle again. Maybe. I don't know. We're going to find out. Well, we just passed. So we're passing 3%. Yep. I'm going to try the circle. If it finishes the circle, then we know the problem. The stupid thing. If it doesn't, then we still have another problem. Already did. Me too. Yep, we've already passed that point. That was it. It was a sensor. Let's try Hex Fast. It's going smoother too. So he's got to let Mr. Maker know that we figured it out. Because it's so far, it looks like it's going to finish. Yes, or it's not programmed right. I never installed software for it, so maybe it can be programmed. There is a pot on here to adjust it. Yeah, it finished. Well, we now know what the problem is. Okay, let's try something faster. Okay. So, file, open file. 7, we'll leave that alone. Let's try this diagonal now. 1500. Okay. Save program. Falcon. Give it time to finish. Oh, no, I do. I just push it around. That's enough time. That explains why it's crashing, too. Going too fast. Wait, why is it doing it so small? What is it doing? It's going to hit the end stops. Did I do something wrong with the... Maybe it doesn't like the diagonal? Oh, yeah, good point. We didn't try that. No, it doesn't want to go this way. It goes this way fine, but it struggles to go this way. Yeah. But I don't understand why it has difficulty. It goes this way, but not this way. It can't move this way for some reason. Does a wire get pulled out? Nope. Wires are all good. It won't go Y plus. See, it goes this way. It's like the motor is stuttering. But yeah, that's why we couldn't do the manual movements. So let's try slicing a new file. Go in. What was that thing? What's what thing? Let's get rid of this. Don't need it. Oh, I didn't want to do diagonal. It doesn't like that. What the hell is it doing? Something was really weird. It just kept going in a straight line. Let me double check these motors. That one's good. That one's good. 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 Okay. Let's go clean slate. Okay. No. I can go that way, but not that way. Why? Even when I help it, it's struggling. One of the steppers died. Yeah. But no, but they go that way. See, it goes that way fine. Let me try something I already did. Yeah, something's wrong. It's doing a straight line. Okay, so something died. And now it's ignoring commands. No, because it was working fine, so I know the wiring direction is fine. This is a case where we don't have to diagnose that because it was just working fine. So one of the steppers just died. Who's this? Hello? Yeah, screw you. There, now the rest came in. Okay. Good. 1, 2, 3. 701 came in twice. 901 came in twice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, something's wrong with one of my Y steppers. My X appears to be working okay. Yeah, X is working fine. Good point. Nope. And then it just dies. It did move for a second there, though. Oh, shit. It's the sensor. And then after so many moves, it dies like that. So it's something to do with the goddamn sensor. Excuse me. Unplug. Now, why would this do that? Where's my little screwdriver? I thought it was a vibration sensor too. But why would it affect the stepper motors? No. Doesn't need to be homed. Let's try adjusting it. There is a pot. Stops immediately, so I turn up the sensitivity. Okay? Let's turn the sensitivity all the way down. Still stops. It works for a little while, then stops. And reset does not work. I have to actually unplug it. What the heck? And now it stops. Huh. So whatever it is, it's something to do with this stupid little sensor. Now I've turned it down. Let's see if it finishes the circle. Or the hexagon. What the? It's not doing a straight line. It might have been because that was on it. Sadly, the Ultra doesn't have a connection for the LCD. But what do you know? I turned the sensitivity down and it finished the hexagon this time. The latency should be pretty low on this, Mr. Able to Speak. The latency should be pretty low on this. I remembered to hit the low latency option when I did the stream today. It finished the circle. So turning the sensor down did help. Let's try to do the Falcon again. But let's do the smaller one at a higher speed. Seven horizontal. Let's do 25 again. Excuse me, hit one key, please. Let's do 1200. There's no way it's going to do that in 2 minutes. Still says 2 minutes. I don't believe that. Too fast. That's the problem. Not going to print much. Alright, do this. That's fine. Let's do 800. Let's see what it does. Oh, we did. The PC connection didn't make a difference. Yeah, I tried that already. We tried to connect with the PC, no change. What I want to know is why does removing the sensors cause the steppers to stop working properly? I don't get that. That doesn't make any sense. And if this works, we're going to try a diagonal. kittens are sleeping. Yeah, he's a good boy. Yeah, but why would it continue to work just not right? It's not like it's stopping it from working. It's working, just not properly. Hey, that looks a lot better too. Increasing the speed to yeah, they are. These cats love each other. Let's see. That's a mechanical safety interlock. An electronic safety interlock should simply halt the operation. It shouldn't do wacky, weird things. The biggest reason for getting 2 cats was not so much so that we could each have a cat. That doesn't really matter to me. What was important is I wanted to make sure they had company. You know, that they had someone else to play with, to interact with. Well, I know not necessarily, Rich. I'm saying it should. Because what it was doing indicated bad stepper motor to me, or bad stepper driver. To do something wacky when a safety interlock kicks in, that's bad programming, in my opinion. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. And it's gotten a lot further too. Let's slice one up for horizontal diagonal. Open file. Let's do diagonal. Well, it does if you only print one layer. I'm also only printing 30 millimeters, so it's pretty small. Remember, double the size, double the time. No, double the size, quadruple the time. Well, it looks like turning down the sensor was enough. Well, it looks like 83 degrees out. I don't need the air conditioning even up to 2 o'clock. I'll probably turn it on at 3 anyway because Michelle's room gets a little hot in the second half of the day. Yeah, I'm going to find out how to disable the sensor. Because there's no reason to have the sensor anyway. A laser should never be run unattended, period. Yeah, a bad limit switch would do exactly that. Yes, it is, Mark. No more 3D Jimmy, man. That sucks. I'm hearing conflicting reports. They might actually be the same. One says he died in his sleep. The other said he had quadruple bypass and had complications afterwards, post-op. It may have been that he had both quadruple bypass and died in his sleep afterwards. But yeah, it sucks. Oh, it stopped. Oh no, it finished. No, it finished. But why? There it goes. Nice. Yipper. We've just been having problems with the stupid freaking sensor. Hang on a second, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Yeah, 3D Jimmy passed away. Some wood. We're gonna call this one Falcon D for diagonal. The diagonal is not working correctly. It's just going that way. I wonder why the diagonal does not work. Like, just straight up doesn't work. I don't think it's burning the wood, so I think I'm going too fast. Oh, doing something. It's too bad I can't change speed on here. It'd be nice to be able to control feed rate from this. Needs to be a little slower for more detail. It's not burning long enough. Yep, that's why I told everybody caps is okay. These things are stupid expensive. They're like 52 cents a piece, but you only get 17 ounces for that 52 cents. But man, they're so good. This is pineapple orange. Now, I wonder, what happens if I start messing with this? Yeah, see? The sensor is what stops it. So it is this sensor. So at least with the low sensitivity, it works. So let's, and what, this motor is getting pretty warm. These aren't, but the X motor is getting pretty warm. Not hot, but warmer than it should be. Like, there's no reason for this motor to get that hot. It's not under any kind of load, really. Let's do it. 5 is good. Let's do it 50 millimeters. Let's bring it down to 500. That should give us a little bit more detail. I didn't tell it to do diagonal. Oh, it's still programmed. Yeah, I don't know why diagonal doesn't work. Oh, it has to be set for 10? Why would that make a difference? I don't disbelieve you. I'm just wondering why that would make a difference. Don't need a bootloader. You just plug and play. 20 bucks on Amazon, it's plug and play. Very cool little gizmo. And then you just pop your SD card in and you're good. All right, let's try the diagonal again. Nope, it's not working at 10. For whatever reason, diagonal just does not work on this machine for some reason. I don't know why. Or it's just a Gerbil setting or something. Oh, I think I'm too big. Oh no, just barely. Just fits. I actually like the tiny screen. I mean, it's not like you have to do very much on it. There's no reason for it to be bigger. I'd rather keep it tiny, cheap, and out of the way. Yeah, I'm assuming it's an Arduino. It goes the wrong way, and instead of drawing the object, it draws a skinny length of something. Something's not working right. It might be Gerbil. I was actually hoping it was that micro OLED, but it's just an LCD. I wonder. Yes, that works. Yeah, nice and tiny. Works perfectly. That's great. So I got a little side hustle job to take some property pictures. So I'll go out tomorrow and take pictures of 4 properties, and I'll get $440. I'll take it. I'm not sure if I'm allowed. Oh, not far, within 45 minutes of here. Estancia and Taniqua, someplace south of me. I should be able to use the electric car for the Estancia properties, maybe. And if not, they agree to pay me an extra $10 to cover gas. So I'm okay with that. And for $100 a pop, I don't mind traveling a little bit as long as they cover gas. Let's bring some of them up. Oh, they sent them in Facebook. I hate Facebook. No, that was an email. Yeah, that's an email. Why isn't this refreshing? Yeah, that's looking nice. There we go. What? I probably shouldn't be showing you guys this. What I need is an address. GIS maps don't help me. Hey, Fragger Frags. That's a cool name. Fragger Frags a lot. What the hell am I looking at here? This does not help me. I need directions. If you get decent quality linear rails and you know how to install them properly, hell yeah. I haven't used the Sonic Mini in a little while, but last time I used it, it was working perfectly. Okay, that's a little weird. So it's just a piece of property? Yeah, but is it $300 price or a $400 price with the shipping? So is it 400 or 500? I put the glasses in front of the laser. It works great. I can actually see the beam hitting the wood through the glasses. Yeah, same here. I'm on the edge at 500. At 400, I'm a go, but at 500, yeah. See, 500 bucks. I mean, it's definitely worth it for the size. I just don't know if I have that kind of money. Plus, that also protects the cats. So what does this? So these locations don't have an address. It is empty parcels of land. Interesting. Exactly. It's definitely worth it. I just don't know if I can justify spending that kind of money. There's a I have a price point where it goes from impulse buy to I probably shouldn't even get it at 400, but I really want a larger resin printer. So what does all this mean? I don't have to print stuff out. That's the location. Okay, I see. Here's the GIS map. This is where it comes in handy. Okay. So the GIS map shows me the actual parcel involved here. Does that match what I'm seeing here? Not really. Why is it so low res? And why can't I see? Oh, there's the road. I can show you guys this part. Selfie cam, subject cam. Here we go. So I got to go out to this place here and take some pictures. Yeah, import duties are going to suck. So this does not look like the same place though. Oh, wait a minute. Is this that's not a road? I need a higher resolution map than this. This map is so low res that I can't tell what's what on here. There's no trees here, but this is showing covered in trees. This is not a map. I can't drag that. So where is Robin Hood and something Cell Road? Okay, this is Robin Hood. The rest of the roads are not marked. Ah, okay. A009. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Because this road right here is not even on this map. Whatever this road is here. Looks like it's intended to be a road. Let's see, Mowat Road. That must be this road right here. Does it show Friar Tuck Road? No. but this is probably Little John. And that must be this right here. This little piece right here must be Little John. Yeah, I'm guessing this little bit right here is Little John Road. And I need to see where this GIS map came from. Wait, they do have a further out one. Friar Tuck, Longbow, Robin Hood, Lancelot, New Mexico. This is 40 minutes from the house. Longbow Loop. Here's Longbow Loop. Okay, so there's Longbow Loop. That is a frame of reference. I keep forgetting this is a picture. So this is Longbow Loop. Oh, the aspect ratio is all wrong. Or they've changed it since then. See how this is nice and tall? And this is nice and this is all flat. So that is Robin Hood, that is Longbow. Robin Hood. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so see how it goes down, over, down? Well, this definitely does that. Down, over, down. So this is Mowat. And then this little vague representation here, like a trail kind of thing. See how there's a line kind of going through here? See it? See that little path right there? So that is Lancelot Drive. So I gotta take pictures of this property here. And when was this picture taken? This was taken 2020. This is current. Oh, it's doing pretty good. I got a neat little trick. I stuck the glasses in front of the laser. And it works. I turned the sensitivity of the sensor all the way down. If I were to take my finger and start tapping that sensor right now, this would stop. Well, it's all based off of Robin Hood, Lancelot, Longbow, Friar Tuck, Nottingham. That's the name of all the roads. Yeah, shake sensor. And if I get rid of the sensor, it stops working correctly. It's really weird. Somebody put up an ad saying they'll pay you $100 a pop to go out and take pictures of property. I'm thinking $100 is a little low. I didn't realize these were like empty properties out in the middle of freaking nowhere. Like I might not be able to use my electric car to go to these. I might have to use the pickup truck just because of the So if somebody bumps the printer, it'll stop. If somebody bumps into it, which is kind of silly because you should never leave a laser unattended. But this is all that era. This is all British fantasy history kind of stuff. So you got Robin Hood, you have Torian, you have Nottingham, you have Friar Tuck, you have Lancelot, you have Longbow, you have King Arthur, Arrow Court, Sherwood Forest Drive, Maid Marian Court, Will Scarlet Drive, Rogue Court. So it's all from that kind of stuff. There are a couple of houses near here. You got a couple houses here. You got a house here. And it looks like this little loop here is pretty well developed. It doesn't have a name. Does the GIS map name it? No, it does not. Looks like it might. Nope, it's not part of Lancelot Drive. It's unmarked, so it's a private drive. It's not on a map as an official road. But it looks like there's one, two, three, four properties there. Although a lot of that looks like, yeah, that's Connex containers. Why do they have Connex containers down there? Condos out there? I don't think so. There's probably no power. This is probably all off grid. Okay, so this isn't homes, or maybe it is. It might be trailers. Like that looks like a camper. So storage plus a camper. There's cars. So I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know if it's all one property. No, it's all separate properties. Oh, it is one big chunk. Yeah, this is one big property. So this might all belong to the same guy. That's this chunk right here. You can see it. This little chunk he doesn't own, but all this is one chunk of property owned by one person. Well, if you just eat the bodies, then you don't have nothing to hide. I might go do this one after we're done the stream today because a sunset view of this property might be nice. Takes too long. I need more powerful lasers. I need much bigger lasers. Okay, so the GPS coordinates are correct, but it looks like there's no way to get into this property. Looks like I won't be able to actually drive into it. Not easily, at least. The easiest way might actually be to come down Lancelot Drive and take this trail up. No! Cats with laser beams! Laser cat! See, I don't see any access here. And I don't think this is part of it. No, that's part of this one here. I'm going to use the drone. Whether I'm allowed to give them the pictures or not, I'm not sure. I don't know if I need a Part 107 for that. A Mavic Mini. Where is that? Where did it go? Where'd my drone go? Is it out in the car? I don't think so. Yeah, it's here somewhere. I don't know. Probably not unless somebody points it out. Which, by the way, I think is bullshit. The idea that you need to have a special license to fly a toy drone to get some pictures of property is complete bullshit. theoretically, the airspace doesn't matter. Theoretically, if I stay below 100 feet, the FAA rules don't even apply because the courts have ruled that you own the airspace above your property or any property where you're authorized access. So in theory, I could fly any drone I want above my house here. And as long as I stay below an altitude that a court would recognize as reasonable usage of my property, I own that airspace, not the FAA. Well, see, the problem is the FAA is trying to claim that they control all airspace down to the ground, and that's not true. Well, then, like I said, they're trying to say I'm not allowed to go above 400 feet, when in reality, 0 to 500 feet is the airspace designated for that. Above 500 feet is navigable airspace. And it's stupid. It's all dick jerking, masturbating claims of power, and it's all stupid. What are you gonna do? I wonder what these are. Are they fallen trees? Like all these lines, are they trees that fell? Oh, there's something here. I wonder if those are trees that have fallen down. Yes, if those new restrictions are basically going to eliminate hobby aero modeling in the United States. Hobby aero modeling will become illegal. No, I don't. I don't need to follow any guidelines at all. 100 foot above my property is my airspace, my rules. It belongs to me. I own it. I'm not renting. I paid for this property, and I own the shit below it. I own the shit above it. Now, oh, I didn't think about trunks except for the fact that they're all going different directions, so they can't be shadows. Now, the courts have said that now in the past you owned infinity all the way down, all the way up, and the courts have placed restrictions on that, saying that's not practical because if I owned the airspace all the way up to the heavens, then airplanes couldn't fly over my house. That wouldn't make sense either. So most courts, see, I don't even agree with the 400-foot limit. I used to fly RC gliders at 2,000 and 3,000 feet. It's not a safety hazard. Now, if you do that, near an airport, you're an idiot, and you should be thrown in jail. But outside of that, there's no reason to have that 400-foot stupid restriction. But the problem is they have a bigger stick than I do. That's pretty cool, actually. So the courts have usually ruled that you own reasonably usable airspace above your house. Because if the FAA owned all the air above your house, then it'd be illegal for you to even build a house because the house projects into the airspace. It'd be illegal for me to plant a tree. It'd be illegal for me to put up a flagpole or a light pole because those things project up away from the ground into the airspace. So clearly the FAA does not own all the way down to the ground. Well, the problem is I would be making money. They are paying me to go out and take pictures of a property. So the FAA, now as far as I'm concerned, that's a side hustle. That's a gig. That's not commercial. But the FAA has typically seen that as commercial. But for example, shooting for my YouTube channel is not commercial. Even though I make money from the YouTube channel. It's a lot of masturbating is what it is. The FAA wouldn't see it that way. they would see them as being a commercial operation and them getting around that restriction by saying it's a donation. So, yeah, that wouldn't fly. Even if I were to say, well, here, you're paying for the ground pictures and I'm going to give you these pictures for free, they would call that what's called a straw man argument. So, what are you going to do? It's BS. But in theory, the usable airspace above the ground of a property that I have a right to access is not owned by the FAA and not controlled by the FAA. And in theory, if you can get a judge to agree to this, that airspace belongs to me or the property owner who gave me permission to use it. And the FAA rules wouldn't apply, AMA rules wouldn't apply, it's private property. In theory, that should be 500 feet. Because once you go past 500 feet, you're now in navigable airspace. Airspace that aircraft are allowed to use. Now you'd be outside your private property. That's exactly what it is, too. It's not that they don't want to clear the skies. They don't want competition. This is how monopolies work. They add rules that inhibit someone else from doing a similar thing. So by saying you can't do anything commercial, you're now preventing gig workers like me from doing commercial operations that might otherwise be considered commercial, even though they're not. They want monopoly control over the airspace, and the hobby modelists aren't the target; they're just in the way. Yeah, it's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. Basically, I will keep flying my model airplanes until they throw me in jail. That's my line. I'm not willing to step back from that line. I do not recognize the authority of the FAA to govern model aviation. I don't recognize that as being lawful. And the problem is, the only way to fix this is an act of Congress. Literally, an act of Congress is the only way to fix it. What are you going to do? Well, we got it working by turning down the sensitivity on the sensor. So I'll show you here. On the sensor, there is a little control pot, and I turned it all the way counterclockwise. And as long as I don't touch it, it works fine. Actually, rockets are different. Rockets are not counted as UAS. They are covered under a different section of the FAA code, FAR 101. And FAR 101 is intact. The FAA reauthorization did not alter FAR 101. So for model rocket activities, we're fine. For now. For now, we're fine. And theoretically, any activities connected to rocketry are covered under the FAR 101 codes, which means I should be able to fly my model airplanes at a rocket launch, as long as it's part of the rocket launch. And in theory, I can fly my model airplanes up to 500 feet over my own property or any property I have permission to access without permission from the FAA. But clearly, the FAA rules talk about 0 to 400 feet. So you can see there's a bit of a conflict there. I don't know. It has a little, what I'm guessing is a sensor inside. It's got a little piece of shrink tubing sticking out here. So my guess is something is inside here. I don't know. But I know I can't remove it. If I remove it, it stops working. Not usually. That depends on whether or not you purchase the mineral rights for your land. The mineral rights are separate from the land rights. So it is possible from... No, but then the owner would require a FAR 101 or 107. There you go. But Either which way, it's not worth messing with that bull because they have a bigger stick than I do. Doesn't have to be registered, but still has to follow the rules. No, well, technically we don't own land in the United States. As far as I understand it, hang on. As far as I understand it, in the United States, you don't own your property. You have what's called fee simple title. That means you have first right of tenancy. It's land ownership that the government can revoke. So it's not true ownership. True ownership would be alloidal title. Churches have a modified form of alloidal title, for example, because they're a special class. But in theory, I paid for this property, but technically I don't own it. Technically, the state of New Mexico owns it, which is why they're allowed to charge me rent. Property taxes. Well, now you're talking about what's called easements. So, for example, the utility companies have an easement on my land that allows them to, for example, run power line, run water line, okay? And they have a right to access those things if they have to repair them. That's called an easement. That's a modification of a deed. Theoretically, for example, I can make a modification to my deed for this property that says anybody on this property has to wear a pink polka dot dress, and that would be legally enforceable. So if somebody wanted to buy my land, they would have to wear a pink polka dot dress whenever they're on this land. Now, your property value is going to tank if you apply that kind of restriction to it. But that might happen. For example, there might be a what's it called? There's a word for it. It's not deed condition. There's an actual word for it. But then it's not an HOA. Yeah, I would never live in. I turned down 2 houses because of HOA. I was like, nope, we're done. This is like, what do you mean? I was like, you think I'm going to live under an HOA? I was like, you're mad. I'll never live under an HOA. I've already got an HOA. It's called Santa Fe Government. I don't need a second one. What did I just drop? Probably the rocket. Yep. HOA is a homeowners association. Covenant. That's what it's called. It's called a covenant, I believe. I think that's the word. A deed covenant. So, an HOA is a homeowners association. Usually, HOAs can form by all the people living in a space agreeing to it and signing a contract. It then becomes a covenant on your deed. But usually what happens is you'll have a development. You'll have one person who buys this huge tract of land and they build a neighborhood on it. Like they actually, a contractor, they build all the houses and then they sell those houses. Now, they form what's called an HOA, and that HOA becomes a covenant on the deed. Now, they can't surprise you with this. You have to agree to it when you buy the property. When you buy the property, one of the documents that you're going to sign is saying this property is covered under a covenant, the HOA, and here's the rules, etc., etc., etc. That happens with developments. Well, HOAs start off as a good thing typically, just like governments start off as a good thing. You know, the idea is to maintain property values. You move into a nice neighborhood and you spend $300,000 buying a house. You don't want the guy next door starting a farm with chickens and pigs next door, or starting his own junkyard with 30 cars rusting in the backyard. Okay, it makes the neighborhood look like shit. It invites vermin. You know, there's a bunch of legitimate issues to desire something like an HOA. But the problem is See you later, Mr. Maker. Oh, Mr. Maker, did you find out it wasn't the buffer rate. It was this. This was causing it to turn off. And we can't remove it. If I remove it, it stops functioning correctly. But I turned down this. This is a shock sensor. So if somebody were to bump into the printer, it would turn it off. It's a safety thing. Stupid, because you're not supposed to leave a laser unattended. But I turned down the sensitivity. It's been working fine. But if I touch this while it's printing, it doesn't work. I'm wondering if I could remove the sensor altogether, like short the sensor, so that it's there, but it doesn't do anything, and then I'll never have to worry about it. So I'm gonna have to look into that, see if I can get a second one first, just in case, disabling the sensor disables the printer again. But yeah, it's this. Once I turn down the sensitivity on that, and as long as I don't touch it, it works fine. We printed out, nice little falcon patch. So yeah, that was the problem. Hopefully I can modify the firmware and just remove the sensor. Just disable it in firmware. So as just like, we formed the United States with the constitutional republic, and things were great, for white people. But anyway, what always happens is people think power corrupts, and that's not actually true. What's actually true is corruption seeks power. So you start off with an HOA, and you start off with a council that wants the HOA to work, that wants to keep a nice neighborhood. Hey, Andrew. And what eventually happens is somebody who's corrupt, somebody who lets power get to their head, gets in charge of the HOA. And that's when you get guys out measuring the length of your grass with a ruler and saying they're going to fine you if you don't cut your grass. That's when you get that kind of bullshit. And, that's always going to happen. Every HOA will eventually devolve into a fiefdom. All it's going to take is eventually the first person doesn't want to do it anymore or dies. Someone else becomes the council leader. Someone else becomes the council leader. And pretty soon you get some douchebag who says, yeah, I'm going to fix this place up, my own little kingdom. And then you get that bullshit. And so, yeah, I will never live under an HOA. Never. If I'm looking at a piece of property and there's an HOA, it's an instant no. Like, there isn't even a negotiation. It's like, no, thank you. Have a nice day. See you later. Unless I can opt out of the HOA. If I can opt out of the HOA, great. If not, see you later. What are you going to do? Eat them. That's the solution. 3D Jimmy liked that. He liked that a lot. You would know it if you did, because you'd have to sign that contract when you bought the property. So unless you weren't paying attention when you bought your house, which would be a really dumb thing to do. So unless you weren't paying attention, you would know it if you had an HOA. And you would also have to pay dues. In HOA, there are dues that are due. You have to pay. Because there are benefits to an HOA. Like, a lot of the times, the HOA will handle the snow removal, and they'll handle trash, and they'll handle... sometimes they'll even handle cutting the grass. Like, all the common areas will be taken care of by the HOA. It's just when you get, a sick, corrupt, letting power go to his head person in charge. Yeah. Jumper, I don't know, because I don't know how this interacts with this. I'm hoping maybe I can just remove it in firmware. Just get rid of it altogether. And even because if I can get rid of it in firmware, I can even leave it plugged in, and it won't matter if it's not being addressed. Yeah, from what I understand, what I'm gathering from the different stories I'm hearing, he passed in his sleep after a quadruple bypass surgery. So, we'll see. What are you going to do? I should put this back up here. That goes there. Get all my stuff back where it belongs.
I'm coming out.
Yeah, laser's off, Michelle.
Really? You knew I was coming out and you just laid there. I got glass in my hands.
Shh. Remember, everybody can hear it.
Sorry.
What's that?
Trash.
Oh, you use the quilt bag for trash?
Yeah. It's better than nothing. I told you I was going to throw it out. Come back there for food and you got food in your bowl.
I received 2 sets of messages. 2 from you and 5 from someone else. I need the other 3 from you because your messages include the Google Maps links. Theirs do not. Ignore you got food in your. That was my sister talking. I'm using voice recognition. Smiley face.
What was me?
It picked up what you said.
What did I say? Oh, about the cat food?
Okay. Because I saw in Twitter they died in his sleep peacefully, and then someone else here said it was after a quad bypass, so I'm assuming they were both together. That sucks. Why are you still on? Other 3 from you, as I need those Google Map links. So, what are you gonna do? Yeah, I don't know where that came from.
Oh, come on.
But DB3D says that's what happened from his wife directly, so I'm guessing that's accurate. I think it's fantastic. I freaking love it. I love the fact that I can now use this without plugging it into a computer.
Can you open these? I gotta wash them. And I can't.
You can't open them?
No. I kept getting the sharp part on the plastic.
Mm-hmm.
Hurting my fingers.
Wow, they were tight. See that remote control right there? Behind. The white one sitting on top. Turn the air on. It's starting to get a little warm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's heat. But so far, yes, it comes with everything you need. It comes with a case, comes with an SD card, and it comes with a cable. So you literally don't have to buy anything else. You pay $20 for this, and if your machine has the connection, and it becomes a standalone machine now. So now, once I perfect my G code for whatever I'm trying to do, I can save that G code onto the SD card, and anytime I want. Once I design my rig on here, so I can place it in the same spot every time, then all I have to do is hit print and I'm going. No more having to go through all the process on the computer anymore. So yeah, if you have one of these machines that is compatible with this, absolutely get it. No question about it. It's it's a life changer. So once I get my rig set up, I'll probably just get a sheet of wood or plastic. This is too big to print something. I'll have indentations for like doing my business cards, for doing the mirrors, stuff like that. And then all I have to do is load my template, slice the G code, put the G code on here, and then anytime I need one, drop the object into the template and hit go. That's nice.
want your milk good?
Go ahead. There's Snicker bars or stuff, whatever, up on top there.
Where?
In the cabinet next to the window. I think there's some in there.
I want milk. I appreciate it. Okay?
Yep. I received 5 messages from Dave, which includes photographs, descriptions, etc. The problem is those do not include the Google link or Google Maps. Include a Google Maps link. You also sent me a message, or whoever that other person is, I assume it was you, for 2 of them, which includes Google Maps links. I need that for the other 3. Basically, I need Google Map links for all 5. Somebody posted an ad on Marketplace, and I just said, "What the hell? Let's reply to it." And now I'm going out and going to make $400. Hopefully, I can get some more gigs because I can use that to start paying down the new work I'm getting done. Because $400, that's 6 months worth of payments. Hell yeah! But I'm going to pay it off. Paying this loan off over 30 years is insane because the interest would be 200%, even at 3.75% APR. But if I pay it off in like a couple of years, it'll be almost no interest. Well, depending on what kind of games they play with the interest payments. I should probably check for that more often. That's not a bad. It's something I enjoy doing, and I will try Tinkercad on my files and contact you. What do you need to do with Tinkercad? Maybe I can help. Ooh, what's he want for those? I hate when they don't list prices. It's like, dude, I just want another price. Yeah, I kind of wish it was cash. It's PayPal, which means I got to pay taxes on it. Oh, that's easy. You gave me the height. Once you gave me the height, we're good. Because the height's fixed no matter how you rotate the object. What the hell is that? Here's an interesting one. Let's get rid of that one. Push that over a little bit. Look at this old thing. Holy crap.
Is that a camper?
Yeah, very, very old camper. and no title and doesn't run. So yeah, that's definitely a mechanic special. It's amazing the price some people sell things for. Like a guy selling a Walmart value battery for $50. Um, it's $53 at Walmart. Why would I give you $50 for a no warranty battery when I could pay $3 more, actually pay less, because I would have to spend money to drive into Albuquerque to buy it from you when I can just go a half a mile right there to Walmart and get it for $3 more? I mean, it's like, what? Uh, Actually, out here, nothing rusts. So it's probably in halfway decent condition. You just have to have the physical and financial means to fix it. Sometimes I swear these people go and look up the price of their product new and says, "I'll sell it for $3 less than new," as if somebody's going to buy it. I mean, the only person who would buy that battery is someone who's too dumb to go to Walmart.com and look it up. Yeah, man. What are you gonna do? And man, things go for so much money out here. The used market is very expensive out here. You got to really hunt for those deals. Like I'm trying to get a replacement range hood for the stove. Mine's bad. The light works, but the fan doesn't. And I know it has power because light works. And one popped up in here in Edgewood, already spoken for. I gotta hope the guy doesn't show up. Really annoying. Where was he at?
In the trash can.
In the trash can?
Yeah.
How?
He climbed up and jumped into the trash can.
It's underneath the edge of the counter.
No, I moved it out when I was putting stuff in the trash can. I didn't expect him to do that.
Yeah.
You don't think stuff like that when you're cleaning up over there. You know what I mean?
I guess they got nothing to lose by trying to get full retail price for it. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Nobody buys it, right? The one thing everybody has around here is space, so it's not like it's taking up space. So I guess I can see the point. It's just, it's annoying because the reason you go to a used market is to save money, not to pay the same amount you'd pay brand new. So, although I guess a lot of that is I got spoiled by the very rich market where I used to live.
Is that pink?
Well, here, I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
First, is that pink?
So if you go to here and you go to here, so this is what I used to see when I was in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia area. So here's some scrap wood. Here's a 32-inch tube TV, scrap metal, basketball hoop, lawnmower. Here's a water heater. No idea if it works. Probably doesn't. Well, it's electric. It probably does, actually. Here's a nice glass table.
What are you doing?
Stadium chair, dog carrier backpack, canoe, nice. Totes, vacuum cleaner. Looks like a Bissell. Decent vacuum cleaner. Here's a beautiful Armor. Look at that. I mean, that's solid wood, too. Oh, wow. That thing was probably $1,000 new. Okay. Here's a copy machine. Fire pit, yeah, fire pit basket, old metal fan, nice. Probably resell that for 40 or 50 bucks. Exactly. Oh, here's a kayak. Hell yeah, look at that. Sit on top kayak. Another basketball hoop. Hot tub. Couch sectional. Swing set. A beautiful china cabinet. Look at that china cabinet.
Back in Pennsylvania, you could get shelves
That's where we're looking.
You can get yourself some free,
A couple pallet. That's a nice pallet too. That's a big pallet. Deck pinatas, boxes, a little bit of wood, twin box spring, Pediashore, stage risers, so parts of a stage. Beautiful couch. Look at that. Subway tile, armchairs, fluorescent bulbs, another couch, another water heater, a nice hutch, kitchen hutch. Beautiful desk. Wow, look at that desk. That's nice. Oh, look at this wood ramp. Oh man, I could do a lot with that. A couple of wood ramps would give me my path out to my electrical box. That'd be nice. A semi-working washer dryer. Probably some minor issues. Some filters. TV or entertainment system. A little cheap cabinet. Fill dirt. A little rowboat. Wow, 8-foot dinghy for free. See, I'd grab that in a heartbeat. A little 8-foot fiberglass dinghy. Oh, I'd grab that so fast. Little electric motor and a solar panel on the back. That'd be great. Some books, another curio cabinet, a real nice round one. Check that out. A cherry pitter, that's kind of cool. Chase lounge, and here's a bed, twin mattress, and box spring. TV entertainment system, cheap one. Some tile pavers. American flag. So as you can see, this is the kind of stuff. China cabinet, pretty good Paul Cumber. Look at this. 4 tables and a chair. Beautiful. One of the chairs is broken, but who cares? You have 3 chairs and a table. Beautiful. All right. Some wood. A dresser. Nice looking dresser. You can see the drawers are actually straight except for that one. Actually, it looks like it's just out a little bit. So that's probably a perfectly good dresser. Some rock and sand, packing material, tash chair, some outdoor furniture, dining room tables, coffee tables. Another nice couch. Actually, that's a really nice couch. That's a half leather, half cloth couch. That's an oldie. That's nice. Bunk bed, ship's wheel, refrigerator, end tables. You see, this is the kind of stuff you get for free. I mean, anything you want. Microwaves, beds, tables, fans, chairs, whatever you want, you can get for free. Now, let me show you Albuquerque. Watch it make a liar of me.
Chris, we got room now.
Income opportunity, wood. Hey, a queen size mattress. That's not you don't see that too often, but yeah, I'm not buying a used mattress like that. Here's a sandbox. Here's 2 drawers, not a desk. Just the drawers. Year-old gas. 2 dressers and 2 cabinets. So this isn't 2 dressers and 2 cabinets. This is a clean out, and they don't want to pay anybody to do the clean out. So they're hoping to sucker you into doing work for free. Lots of work and gravel. Problem is you gotta shovel it yourself.
Chris,
and small little bits. What?
he's on the sink.
Chase him off.
I just tried to. He wouldn't get down.
Get down! Yeah, don't argue with me. Yeah. Come here.
You
Good
just
boy.
nipping in your glasses.
I know. You hear him argue with me? I don't know if the microphone picked that up, but it's adorable when he talks back. So here's another clean out. It's junk they can't sell, so they're hoping to convince you to take care of it for free. Bunch of wood, bunch of rocks, bunch of boxes. Drapery pins, more wood. That's actually not a bad looking chair, depending on if it's in decent condition or not, but you can see it's tilted, so it's broken. More rocks. Hey, a ping pong table. That's actually halfway decent. You know, you don't usually see stuff that nice. And hey, here's a desk. You don't usually see stuff that nice. Ripped up chair. Another chair that's actually broken in half. More dirt and pallets. More dirt, rocks, and pallets. So more garbage, moving boxes. You know, they want you to do is they want you to take care of their garbage because you got to pay to get rid of garbage around here. So as you can see, there's a big difference in what's available on. Now that's actually a halfway decent looking couch. That's not bad. That's a pull-out couch, but it's actually that looks like it's in usable condition. But you always got to be careful with cloth. Dishwashers are pretty common around here. Hard water, people get rid of it. See you later, Ian. We're getting ready to call it quits anyway. We're at closing time. That's actually not a bad desk. No, that's a website, so you don't even get nothing. More dirt, more wood, more boxes, more pallets, more wood, more rocks, more dirt. An old projection TV that nobody's going to want. Aged cow manure. Any amount you want. Oh, man. Free campers. Yeah, so this is that's actually not a bad deal. If you have a desire for a truck camper, because they're pretty easy to fix and work on, that's actually pretty cool if you have a need for something like that. That's one of those rare things that because usually it's all junk. It's very rare you see anything, but as you can see, the preponderance of stuff here is rocks, dirt, pallets, and boxes, and people hoping to convince you to clean out for them. And but that's what's available here. You know, it is what it is. It's a different socioeconomic status. The average income where I lived was $80,000 a year. The average income where I live here is $50,000 a year, but in reality, there's only 3,000 people here. The average income for the whole area is $40,000. And that's offset by the higher income people. You know, I'm living in a neighborhood and realistically I shouldn't be able to afford to live in. Because Edgewood's a little higher up neighborhood. I just got lucky. You also have the problem of population density. There are more people in the Philadelphia metro area than there are in the entire state of New Mexico, the whole state. And it's the 5th largest state in the country. So here, I'll show you. So here's New Mexico right here. This whole area. That includes El Paso, that includes Las Cruces, that includes Santa Fe, Farmington. Otherwise, it's all these little itty bitty towns. So Gallup is another big town, but otherwise you got these little itty bitty places: Thoreau, Crown Point, Tohatch, you know, Tachado, Estancia. You have all these little tiny places. All the people in this state are located in Farmington, Santa Fe, Albuquerque, Las Cruces, and El Paso. Everywhere else, you're talking a few hundred, few thousand people, and that's it. Now, you look at Pennsylvania, it's a smaller state, but here's the whole state of Pennsylvania. This whole thing right here. This is all Pennsylvania. But this area right here, the Philadelphia metro area, has more people than the entire state of New Mexico, and it's twice the size of Pennsylvania. It's incredible. The difference in scale is just incredible. Solvol laser? What's Solvol laser? You mean the pen plotter? I still have to I keep it on my desk so I don't forget, but I still have to do, maybe I'll work on that this weekend. I still need to put this rotating blade. This thing is really slick. Why? Oh, here. So it's a 360 rotating blade, and I already tried it. If I hold it like this and move it around, it does work. The blade does rotate. So I should be able to use it as a stencil cutter. So I'm going to try that. I got to try to remember to do this. It's right over here. I got them right there. I got the machine right there.
Get out of there.
So I just got to play with it. I really want to try that.
Get out of that trash can. Just down.
But
Down, Ender.
the flip side of that is, what is it? Think again?
No, he's putting holes in the trash can. Trash bag. He's trying to climb in there.
The flip side is, I live in a place that gets 12 inches of rain a year. I own 1.25 acres of property. I own the house free and clear. My taxes are $530 a year. It's sunny 300 days a year. The winters are mild. The summers are mild. Even though electricity is twice as expensive out here, my electric bill is half as much because I'm using half the amount of power. You too, Andrew. You have a great night, and thanks for joining in.
Is this what you want?
So even though there are downsides, the bigger picture, the overall picture, is a huge benefit living here. And it's just so god-awful beautiful. I mean, every day you go outside, it's just so beautiful. It's gorgeous. So, it's nice. I think it was the right choice. And I'm happy with it. So, especially once I get those carports. Oh,
it's peaceful out there.
I'm going to The porch, if you saw my earliest videos when I first got here, there was a little decrepit porch on the back door. Isn't that nice? There was a little busted up porch in the back. I could probably show you a picture. But anyway, I want to there it is. So here we have this picture, and you can, this is relatively current actually. So you can see I got that porch right there. Right? That used to be at the back door here. So from about here, all of this is going to be covered under a roof. I'm going to have a roof covering out to about here and out to about here. So about that big. That's all going to be roofed over. And I have another carport that's going to go right here. An 18 by 21 is going to go right there, so that these two vehicles can park underneath it. Oh, this is actually pretty old. Yeah, this is back before winter. So I'll roof here. That'll touch the house. It won't attach to it, but it'll touch it. And then you see that little wooden lip right there, where their old roof used to be. I'm just going to take a piece of wood like this on top of that like this, creating a lip like that, so that when it rains, it goes from this piece of wood to the roof without going down that opening between the roof and the house. This way I'm not attaching nothing to the house, so I'm not affecting the house's value, and I'm not running into permit issues. And then the idea is I'm going to put let me make this wider. A shed is going to sit right here, a 10 by 16 shed. It's going to sit right here like this. And that shed is going to be on blocks lifted up off the ground and butted up against the house and sealed with some foam rubber, so that I can walk out my back door directly into the shed. And then I'll walk out a door in the shed to outside. And that will allow me to basically add a room onto the house without running into any permit issues. There'll be no electricity in it. I won't need it. There's right here in the utility room, there's power right there. I'll just put a power strip right through the wall to the outside. And that'll be enough for me to plug in my fridge and freezer stuff and hang a small light up in the middle of the shed. This way I don't have to, because if I run power, I have to get a permit. So if I don't run any new power, I avoid the permit issues. And if the new homeowner doesn't want to deal with this weird setup with the shed, nothing's bolted to the house. You can simply move it away from the house, and the house is back to stock again. So it won't affect the resale value of the house. This roof will cover this roof and this roof, so that this area will be completely protected from sun, rain, and snow. And that'll also give me more square footage to collect rainwater. Eventually, I'll build some little micro sheds and use my toppers for my pickup truck as roofs for that. I think that'd be pretty cool. And, get double use out of it. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Why did you do that? Oh, because you moved when I clicked the minus sign, and then when I click the minus sign again, because you're a dumb piece of crap. See that? Why does it change the size of the window when I do that? Don't change the size of the window. Leave it alone. Weirdo.
That's your
But I got this all paver stones done here. This is all asphalt now. This right here is asphalt. I'm going to add an asphalt strip right here, so that I don't have to step into the dirt when I go out to the containers. Eventually, I want to move these two containers back a little bit so it's easier to turn around here. And I'm going to pave here for support for the shed. And it's going to work out nice. I also found out I can remove the windows in this house easily. It's literally, you know how I was telling you guys how I got these storm windows in this house? Normally a window is in a casement that fits into the building and it's attached to it. These windows are not structurally part of this house. There's an actual finished wood frame in there, and the windows are actually two completely separate, distinct halves that simply screw in this side and screw in this side. I take out the screws, I can just remove the window altogether. That's fantastic, because that means I can actually remove the 3 windows that I need to get replacement parts for drive them into Albuquerque, and the guy said about $250 he could do all 3 windows. Hell yes! So I'll have proper windows this winter. And then I also got this, and I like it, so I'm going to get 2 more. But this is a shutter. Okay, so this is going to be inside my sister's room because we opened the bathroom window, but then her room stays hot. So I'm going to put this in the wall in her room, and this will be on the outside of the house. Put a piece of screen material over this, put a frame around it so it looks nice. And now when I turn on the whole house fan, this will automatically open like this and draw in the cool air from outside and right through the entire house. So I'm going to get a couple more of these now that I know I like this. And this is going to allow me to do my whole house fan, because the moment the sun goes down, the temperature drops to like 60 degrees, which means I could turn off the air conditioner, turn on the whole house fan, and save myself $50 a month in electricity. Because no humidity. So once it's cooler outside than inside, there's no downside to flushing the inside air with the outside air. In Pennsylvania, we had a whole house fan, but you could only use it during certain times of the year. Because even if it got cooler at night in the summertime, it was still hot and it was still humid. So you had to run the air conditioner 24/7. Here, I don't have to. The moment that sun goes down, most nights, I can turn the air off and turn on the whole house fan. So, very cool. All right, it's 3:45. We're going to call it. I do have plans to upgrade the CR6 SE. I've got my soldering iron out. I've got fans. I got voltage converters. We're going to work on that. I also want to work on some upgrades for the JG Aurora Magic to try to fix its parts cooling issue. That's the only real major issue it has, is the parts cooling. So I got to figure out how to do that. And then also, I should have, I don't know when it's going to get here, but I should have the Ender 3 version 2 on the way to me soon. And also, Ortor is sending me their big 300x400 laser, including a high power laser that is supposed to be able to mark steel. It won't cut it, it won't engrave it, but it'll mark it. They said it's like a ballooning effect. So that'll be really cool to play with. So we shall see. And of course, be sure to keep an eye on Life of Nerys. I'm going to have, of course, videos of all this work I'm getting done. And how the Easy 3 X1. The last time I used it, it was working fine. I haven't used it since. Just didn't have a need. But it worked fine the last time I used it. I would not buy something like the Easy 3 printer to replace like an Ender 3. It's more of a something for a hobbyist to tinker with. You know, it's a very cheap, affordable way to tinker with 3D printers. Like I plan to turn mine into a portable printer. I'd like to make something battery powered out of that. I think that'd be fun. But that's it. I will see you guys later. You guys have a great day. Thank you for joining in. I appreciate it. Thank you again to my new Patreon. Let's see, who's that again? Chris Spatkin, thank you very much for joining my Patreon. I appreciate that. Don't forget to check out the links below. I have a pretty extensive Amazon page with all the different things that I find on Amazon that are pretty cool, including a new MP3 player I found that's really slick. I mean, slick enough that it might be worth using over your phone. So that's pretty cool. I will see you guys later.